There it is. Okay. Well, I'm dumb. I'm sitting here just waving my arms around and talking. Didn't even know that nobody could hear me. Oh boy. Okay. Well, now I can see the meter going, and so that's smarter of me. Um, to answer your question again, Tim, also, hi, Tim. I did not get a head start on power and control yet. I thought I was going to be streaming some leather crafting this week, but things have been just completely nuts. I Every time I feel like I'm getting ahead on Etsy orders, I get another half a dozen orders. I feel like I'm doing like 15 of them at a time, at least twice a week. I'm just doing these large batches of little custom orders, and it's crazy. I'm very grateful that I have work that needs doing and stuff, but um, it's taking away from my time for other projects as well, like this and the leather crafting live stream. Which the leather crafting live stream, it's a little bit tougher because I have to reset my whole work table and set everything up so that the webcams can see things, and then I have to tear all that back down in order to just work on the orders as they come in. So that makes the leather crafting one a little bit more difficult to swap back and forth. The 3D modeling, much easier because I'm here in my office and can just sort of do my thing without any weird setups and moving things around. So anyway, um, so I was thinking of doing power and control. I think the switch area is really interesting. The rest of it's pretty straightforward. The grip area and the upper switch area is pretty straightforward, and then the emitter is kind of cool. So so I'm looking forward to figuring out some of these some of these parts, and I was really divided on whether I was going to do Power and Control 1 or Power and Control 2. Ended up going with 1. Um, I think I was influenced by some other designs that. Uh, I was influenced by some other designs that had a grip area that looked like this one, and that made me feel like this was a more common arrangement of pieces. So this is the one that ultimately I think I'm gonna end up going with. So, of course, first things first, as as usual, we need to get a picture of our lightsaber into into the program. And then try to see it. It would be nice if I could remember how many degrees it was supposed to be. Actually, that looks pretty close, doesn't it? Like, close enough anyway. I mean, we've been kind of working, you know, loosely with the picture. It's not The picture is not the be all end all because it's got a weird perspective going on. But all right, and then on the this one's pretty uniform all the way across. It's like the outer size there. So if I look at my largest grip area here, trying to remember. Okay, yeah. So it was that one. So the largest radius, 50 millimeters. Okay, that should give us a good idea um, that this area should also be right about 50. So we'll just go calibrate. We're going to grab those 2 points, type in 50, and that makes our image huge. down a little bit. Try to get it kind of like kind of halfway up on the horizon, kind of thing. See if that works. Okay. Create a sketch. Yeah, that looks like almost halfway through everything. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Now the switch section on this guy starts here and goes all the way to this. I'm gonna guess this collar here. So this should be a pretty easy sketch, I think. I might even leave this little middle section in there because that might just be interesting. But let's zoom in a little bit, and we're gonna grab a 2-point rectangle so that we can start here. And we need to go 25. Oh, we actually do want to come out to the... There we go. 25 that way, because we only want to go 50 millimeters diameter, so when we rotate this, it'll double that. I should probably look at the length, because I want these to be somewhat similar. Okay. Alright, so that's the sleeve from this saber. Go from here, there, 120 millimeters. And right now we're at 130. Not bad, but yeah, let's go ahead and we're gonna reduce that a little bit, I think. Have a little more control here. 120, 125. Is that a good compromise? 125? That's... Did I remember wrong already? 120. Right. 120. So if we go 130, it'd be like a ½ inch longer. And this one can be a little bit longer. Like, all the sabers don't need to be the exact same length, because if all the connections are the same, then isn't that going to make it a large switch piece? I don't... Oh. The switch is bigger than the rest of it, isn't it? Let's take a look at the video. So the buttons on the switch do stick out a bit. So maybe I do need to go smaller diameter overall here, and we'll go with, and we'll leave the largest section for the other part. Now I could let's go to Peace and Justice, because it had kind of that ribbed feature. Yeah, these things had these things in it. Might give us a better indication. Okay, so these were 43 millimeter diameter on the inside, 46 on the outside. So if I follow this one, then it would only be 46 to the top. So that would leave us with 23. Yeah. And then, let's see. Basically, oh, you know what I could do? Okay, I have an idea. So, we're going to go 22 there. No, 21. I have an idea. We're going to see if this works. It could be really interesting. Okay. Um, the first and last piece are basically rectangular, so we're going to go not 26, 23 there by 6 wide, because that's what we've done in the past. And we're going to do the same thing here. 23, 6. And then I want to make a pattern. So we're going to make a gap. Of 1 millimeter. And they all look pretty much the same width. So we're going to go, then we'll go 23 by 6 there. And then I should be able to okay, so it's going to let me remember the pommel will make it longer too. Yeah. I will keep that in mind for sure. But if it's a tiny bit longer, it's not a big deal. We're only talking like half an inch. I thought maybe it was going to let me do a, what do you call it? Chamfer on the drawing, but it's only going to let me do fillets. I don't necessarily want these to be rounded because you can clearly see a hard shadow and highlight next to each other, so there's an angle there. So maybe all I need to do is just draw a line at 60 degrees. Is that what I want? Maybe. We'll try 60 degrees. Ah, what the heck, man? Go from here, here. Okay. There we go. I don't know why I was doing that. Okay. So, now I should be able to take that and create a rectangular pattern. Oh, you know what I should do though? I should probably trim this up so that it is the shape that I want it to be. Okay, I think that'll work. Alright, so create rectangular pattern. Need this. Don't really need that. Alright, so distance. We're going to go all the way out to there. And then we just multiply our quantity. Or well, we have that middle thing there, don't we? So I should probably do like that. And there's 1, 2, 5, 6 of them. That's pretty close, but the distance between them is not equivalent. Because I put a 1 millimeter gap there, and then I guess I just expected it to be 1 millimeter gap for the whole way. I should have done some math first. Might be a larger gap initially. Let's see. Cancel that for the moment. Come in here. Push that. Oh, that's not going to do anything, is it? I'll just get rid of that then. Yeah, I thought I was going to be smart and make this repeating rectangular pattern all the way down, and then it was going to, like... Oh, you know what, though? I changed the height of this, but didn't recalibrate this guy, because it should technically be from there to there is 50. Which means if I pick here to here, yep, there we go. That's our 46. So now we're a little bit more right on. Yeah, see, now it's actually closer and it's shorter. So if I bump that back down to 120, okay, see, now it's making so much more sense. It was all because I forgot to recalibrate my canvas to follow what it was that I was already doing. No wonder it was being weird. Alright, try this again. We're going to grab those three and we'll come out. Six of them. The gap is still not quite right. Maybe I should, okay, you know what, we just need to do some math. Because we've got 12 of those. 13, 14 sections that are 6 millimeters wide. And then we had, so 120. So we have 36 millimeters left, and how many spaces? Oh, but I can't, okay, well, shoot. So I have to figure out this middle section, and then each end. I guess if it's mirrored, I shouldn't need to build the whole thing. I don't know why I'm trying to. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. So instead of 120, let's go 60. Because that's theoretically our halfway point. And then I just need to decide how big this gap is, basically, which it's not in line with the drawing, but you know, the whole thing's a little bit off anyway. I should be technically there. That makes more sense. Oh, hey. Hey, Dan. You know, I just do lots of things. I mean, you do lots of things too, dude. Like, for real. Um, it's not like only one of us sitting here is a bit of a Renaissance man. You know, you're pushing your game and stuff, and heck, you've composed music and you do the pancake art and stuff. Like, you know, mad respect. Sorry if it took me a minute to see your comment. I need to glance over there a little bit more often at my other monitor. Okay. So, nope, something's making noise. Let's just turn that. All right. So, the gap on this looks a lot wider than between the ribs, I guess. Um, in the zone, yes, that is a good way to put it. Um, I'm gonna say, I suppose if we just kind of go with something, we could say that we could, because this almost looks like maybe 3 wide. If that's 1 wide, then that's got to be 3. Okay, and then let's say that's 2. So half of that is 1 plus 3. That's 4. So 60 minus 4, 56, right? And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. 7 times 6 is 42. Which leaves us with 14 millimeters to go into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gaps. Two and a third. It couldn't work out better than that. Oh, what? No, that's horrible. That's terrible. I don't like that at all. What if we go up to 2.5? 15? We need 1 more millimeter. Yeah, I'm just pushing that out a millimeter because I'm just, no, not doing that. Nope, no way. So that means that most of our gaps are 2.5 millimeter, and then this last one is 3. But that doesn't make sense because it needs to be more than that. Okay, hang on. Now I gotta undo that because I might have messed everything up. And the math is important to get this do what it is that I want it to do. So, let's say that that's 4 instead of 3. And I'm talking about the gap here. There's a gap that bridges across the middle here. I'm trying to decide what that distance is. So let's say that's 4 plus 1 is 5. That leaves us with 55. Okay, so if I do a 2 millimeter gap, let's just do this. I'm going to do a 2 millimeter gap. And we're going to get rid of that and that. We go out 2. So that way I can put a construction line on this guy. Okay, what's going on here? Why are you being like this? Don't argue with me. I will win. No, I don't want to be in the middle of... There we go. Nope, something's just weird about that. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we need to get rid of these extra vertices. There we go. Maybe that's it. You know what, we're just gonna get rid of all of that. Okay, we're just starting over. There we go. Okay. Alright, so for ease of everything here, we're just going to go a 2mm rectangle there. Then I can make my other 23x6. Right? It might be easier if I don't try to do the angles. So let's just see if I can get the rectangular pattern to work the way that I've tried to. That actually looks decent. The distance between these guys is probably a little bit more than 2. Go there. Yeah, okay. You know what? We're going to call that good. We're going to say that that looks good, you know? There we go. Alright. So we'll finish that. And now for the magic. Boom. Alright, now we have something we can do something with. So what I was trying to sketch out was these angles that'll be like the chamfer. But it's probably just as easy to select all these edges and then just do all of that at once. Yeah, probably easier to just do that. And let's see. We want to, okay, then we want to fillet this one because it's more of the rectangle piece or rectangular looking thing, right? Okay. Then I can just grab this whole thing and we're just gonna mirror that. Do the rectangle in the first, do the rectangle first, then grab all the faces, do the angles after. Yeah, that's kind of where my head went. There we go. All right, so then after we do that, now I should be able to combine these two together. That gives us our little middle rib there. And then it's hard to see what this part is doing, but it looks like maybe it's just a very shallow transition. So let's grab a chamfer and let's do like a 0.5 millimeter one. I'm almost thinking maybe that's got too much depth. So actually, you know what? We're gonna go in. Yeah, I mean it's the Facebook has a latency that's pretty terrible. Twitch is a little bit better about latency. So if you have Twitch and you go over onto Twitch to watch, actually the interaction is a lot closer. Whereas Facebook, it could be like almost 10 to 15 seconds before it like before it goes from you to me, and then for me to respond to it and go back to you, like, Anyway, so I was just changing that height on that piece, so that should make it lower overall, which it did. Exactly what I was hoping for. And that actually looks pretty close to the picture, in my opinion. Yeah, I would say that looks pretty close. So I think we're pretty much done with the grip area. I think we can move on to doing the switch area now. I totally understand. It's a little hard to give input when there is that much latency going on. I can't disagree with you there. Also just realized I was not working in full screen because I had my other models over there, so we're going to close out. Actually, you know, we're going to keep Passion and Strength open just in case. But we're going to go ahead and save our work. Before moving on. Alright, so switch area. Let's go ahead and we'll turn off that body so that we can do a new sketch. Alright, so we've got some cool texture going on right there. Almost looks like threading, maybe. Like, see if I can zoom in a little bit better on this one. Yeah, it's almost looks like a threading texture on there. Even on the 3D model, you can actually almost see like a little gap there from where the switch and the sleeve join, which is interesting. I mean, obviously not going to replicate the gap. We want this to be nice and solid. But I'm wondering if it's worth replicating that little texture, or if I should just make that a straight cutoff and just move on. I'm almost thinking maybe that's the wisest thing to do. Just sort of ignore that the texture's there and move on from that. So let's go start with a rectangle as per. This one's going to be 21. 5, because it's not quite as wide as the piece next to it, or from what it looks like. Maybe. And it goes down a little bit. We were at 21, so we'll go to 20, and 2.5 seems like a good number. And then we have a larger area that's one step lower. So then we've got 19. And we'll say we'll say 35. Then we step up and step up again, and then the large color piece there is part of the upper switch, so which we're also doing. So then we'll go back to 25 and step up again. 21, 4. 23 by 6. I need to make this a little bit shorter. Let's go 32. Yep, don't want that getting too long, or it'll get a little bit unwieldy. Okay, and then it looks like there's a middle section here that's a little bit upraised. So let's see. We're going to say, we're going to go 19 by 3. That way we can grab that and we're only going to go 0.5 millimeter on that one. I think. Look at that again. No, I guess the height difference is the same from there to there as it is from there to there. So now where did that go? Gotta find the measurement. There it is. So yeah, we'll go ahead and go back up to 20. We're gonna see what this looks like. See how I feel about it. Obviously, I've got more to do for the kind of this middle portion that's going across there. In fact, I guess I should probably do that. And it's quite high. It's basically the same height as most of these other things. From what I'm seeing. So let's do this. Let's go. We'll go 23 by 6 that way. And 23 by 6 that way. All right, let's see how this does. I'm curious. That doesn't look bad. Looks pretty right on. I am gonna have to. I'm actually gonna have to do that again because I need some of the pieces to be separate so I can cut on them. Because we've got some cutout shapes on these two middle pieces for where those buttons go and stuff. So essentially, I need to revolve everything that's not these first. And then we'll revolve again, and this time just these pieces around the same axis, make a new body, and then revolve again, but just those pieces around the same axis and a new body. So that way I have that as a separate piece and that as a separate piece so that I can deal with everything separately while I sort of put all this together. I'm going to rename body 1 sleeve so that we know what that's doing. And if I'm correct here, that's 46. That's 46. Okay, just making sure I was still doing right here. Okay. And then the step down transitions for each of these, it's hard to see, but it looks like probably a fillet on the first one. Probably fillets on all of them, honestly. Just kind of round it off a little bit. There doesn't look like there's any hard angles there, so let's just get rid of those two so we can just deal with the fillets. And we'll just do a 1 millimeter fillet on those. Or is that too much? We should do a half. Yeah, maybe a half a one. Okay. And then I guess same thing on this one. So I should probably wait to do that until I've got a better idea of what that's doing. So all right, time to look at the video again. All I'm looking for in this pass is somewhere. Okay, yeah, see, look, right here, this middle collar piece is broken up. Not completely across the middle, but just enough where it makes a difference. So, and it looks like that would be considered the top. Yeah. So I'm looking at this right here. Do something with. Okay. Should probably have that for reference. Oops. How hard do I think your sketch would be? I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. Um, if I remember right, there wasn't too many organic looking features. So it'd probably be not too bad as far as putting together model wise. Okay. We're going to plan out the button first. The hexagon piece that's sitting right there. We're going to plan that out first because um, I need to see that. I need to see how wide that is. Because right now, this I believe is 12 millimeters wide. Yeah, and the hexagon button is going to be slightly narrower than that. So let's go to top here. Let's go to tangent plane on top. Yep, looks good. Create a sketch on that plane. And okay, I think the you know what I could do? Let's turn that back on so that way, because it needs to be just slightly narrower, not a lot, but I could see in the image that it was. So we'll go with that. Okay, so now I've got that hexagon there. And it's hard to tell if it follows the curve or if it's just a flat hexagon that is sort of embedded into the cylinder. It's probably flat. I mean, that would make sense because it's like a button. So there we go. So that gives us a surface and something to look at, so that I can grab my tangent plane here again. And the thing that I'm looking at is this area right here, and it looks like the width of that cutout is narrower than one side of the hexagon. That's important. Because essentially, I want to. So, okay. So if I was pretty much same width as the hexagon, it'd be at 3. So we'll go 2.5. And then I just need to create another one like it. And then make a mirror line so that I can just send it to the other side. Come on. Not that. That. There we go. Alright. So now, if I grab these and cut through, then I should be able to say which objects I want to cut, and I don't want to cut object 3, I just want to cut body 4 and say OK. And then it looks like that. If I get rid of the hexagon button, that's what it looks like there. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, I know there's a domed button coming out of the hexagon. We're going to come back to that because the thing I want to look at next is this guy. First things first, we obviously need a chamfer, but I'm wondering, yeah, so the angle is definitely like shallower. So we're going to go with 2 distances. And okay, come on, what is it here? Okay, there's that. If I take this, okay, so it doesn't want to go farther than that. So let's see. Oh, it's being really weird, like on each side. Look at that. That's so weird. Okay, so we're going to chamfer one side at a time instead of. Okay, so if we go into down 2, then that's a 45-degree angle. If I go in farther, yeah, because the angled plane is longer. Okay, so maybe that's right. Let's go 3.5. Okay, so we got 3.5 by 2 to the other side. Actually looks pretty right on. The thing I haven't decided is if it needs to be an angle all the way down. Maybe we should like increase everything by 1/2, just to get it even closer. So like instead of 2, we go 2.5 there. And I'll do the same thing to this one. Yeah, now I'm sitting here going, oh man, I should have gone ahead and done 4 instead of 3.5 on the horizontal. But does that make the middle plane too narrow? Maybe not, actually. It looks pretty narrow heading towards the hexagon piece there, so it should be less than 1/3 of the distance. So if we go there to there, then it's 4. Oh, it's exactly 1/3 because 4, 4, and 4 is 12. So with what we did, it's precisely 1/3. But I guess that's okay because it looks close to me. So all right. Now it looks like it's just straight cut on either side of the hexagon button. So that should be pretty easy, actually. We'll just we'll go back to our tangent plane, and we'll turn that off for a moment, because basically all we need to do is figure out how much bigger than the hexagon we want the cutout to be with a center rectangle. Doesn't look like it's terribly far. Like, $16 sounds like a good number, right? Well, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Okay. So now I should be able to just grab that and extrude it symmetrically, and then the only object that I want to cut is 5. So I deactivate all the other ones that it's asking me if I want cut, and that removes that. Okay. That looks pretty right on, I think. Like, when compared to the video, it looks pretty similar as far as like the distance between this vertice and that face. Maybe it could go a little bit more. Like, not much. Like, if I do anything, it's gonna be like tiny bit. Like if I go 17. Yeah. It's interesting. I like it. I think it's cool, the pattern. Oh, you know what though? This piece needs to be wider. Like, look at the ratio. Look at the ratio of this to that. Like, it's, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is like 2/3 of that. And that's nowhere, that's like half. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, that's messed up. Let's find that and see if we can fix it without doing any major damage. So we're gonna go, okay. So if this one is the one I'm looking at. That is 32 minus 6. $26. Yeah, so I had 12 inches wide in the middle, but 26 millimeter width on that. That's not even right. No, it should. So this should be more like 9 and 9. Yeah. But that also means that the hexagon button is supposed to be bigger as well. So that means we should probably turn back time. Edit that sketch if it'll let us. Might not. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I grab that, pull that out. Much larger button now. Now I just need to adjust these little rectangle cuts, yes? Where are those at? That's this one here. Now if I grab one, move it, should, yep, okay. Alright, so we're going to grab this and we're going to say move so that way I can keep it in line. Go home here. There we go. Oh no, probably shouldn't do that. Let's that. Now I can turn that on. Okay. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. This probably needs to be a little bit bigger in that direction. There we go. And then that. Oof, yeah, that needs to be cut a little bit wider. So let's fix that. Not quite there. But it is looking a lot closer to maybe. Maybe I went a little too far with it. Apparently this particular one is going to be bit of a stickler. There we go. That actually looks fairly decent without too much cutaway. Might do just like 1 more millimeter there, because it only takes. If I put 1 millimeter on the sketch, it's only taking half a millimeter off each side, which is pretty small. Now here's a question. This is a straight up and down cut. Does it look like that, or does it look like it's got an angle? Nope, looks like a straight up and down cut. Okay. Want to make sure. We still look good on most things there. Yep, okay, cool. Save. Always save the work. Hi, Steve. Thanks for joining. All right. So then there's this larger button on the bottom that looks like a pretty easy shape. There it is. Yeah, this guy. Looks like we cut out part of our largest piece there, just like before, and then this button's just gonna basically sit right in it. Looks like it looks like it's got some hard chiseled angles. Like it doesn't look perfectly smooth to me. You can also see it from over here as well. That like it's almost got a point to it. Like it's a rectangle and then has points and then it's just all filleted to kind of round it over. I mean that's the shape that I'm sort of interpreting. So we'll try that and see what happens. Um, the size of this definitely goes the whole length of our secondary collar. As far as the width, it looks like if this is 40 something, then this is probably around 10. And that's just a guess. Alright, so we're gonna turn that off, grab another tangent plane on the bottom. So we create a sketch there, and we'll turn this back on because we need to create a center rectangle. That is at least we'll go 12 wide because then we'll have a 1 millimeter gap on either side of our button if our button is 10 millimeters. Looks like a rough angled jewel shape. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like it's got facets, but they're not super angular facets. Like I think all the edges are still slightly rounded over. So I think if we make something that's sort of like a faceted jewel, but then use the fillets, I think we'll end up with something that's really close. All right, so I'm gonna cut through. That, and the only object we want to cut through is 5. That way we just have that gap sitting there. All right. Make another new sketch. Now this is where our button's going to go. So we'll do a center rectangle first. Nope, I didn't quite get the middle. The middle is slightly off from where the origin of that is because it grabbed the face of or no, it's like according to the body that the construction plane is attached to. If I go here, not center. If I go here, that's pretty close. Okay. So we're gonna say 10. 18 sounds like a good number. 16. That will go 8. Okay. And yeah, so it looks like it comes to a point. Oh, the rectangle portion looks like it. Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm correct apparently. because it should come out like there, and we'll just, I don't want to attach it to the edge there, I want it to be just short of the edge, so we'll do that. And then I just need a center line so that we can make it mirror to the other side, and know that I've got like the same angles and all that. There we go. Oh, and of course it's over because I'm not 100% centered. So we're going to shorten this up a little bit. I think maybe the easiest way to go about that, go from 18 to 17. Now why did it do that? Alright. 17. The whole thing, I guess. Try the mirror again. See if it's work this time. Oh, because the middle's not the middle anymore. I swear, sometimes I actually do know what I'm doing. Sometimes. There we go. Okay. Close enough to center. Like, it's pretty darn close. So we'll just call that, good. Alright, so now we're going to grab this, and we need to figure out how tall it is. What would we say? It looks like it's definitely taller than the rest of the saber. Like, and it actually looks like it tapers up after a certain point. So, all right, so let's do this. We're gonna go. Hang on, we're not gonna extrude that yet. I need to look at something because we're on top of that. So we're gonna inspect this 40, and I believe 46. Okay. So that means if I extrude this 3, then it should be in line with all of our largest pieces of the of it. And then, okay, so let's go 2 seconds. In body, okay. Alright, now I'm going to extrude again off of this plane, make another new body, and we're going to go up like, we're going to try 3, no, 2, try 2 first, because here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I want to chamfer this whole object like that, right? Yeah, like a jewel, right? And then And then if I fillet like all of these edges, then maybe it'll round over enough that it'll look more like the one in the picture. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm going to combine those two bodies together, and we're going to grab our fillet, and we're going to see if I can just grab all of them and do them all the same fillet. Well, I have a feeling the no, not that, there we go. I have a feeling these endpoints here might have to be a different measurement, but I just want to see if we can keep this simple. Alright, so I've got all those edges selected. Let's see what happens when I say 2. Oh wow, okay, yeah, so it's rounding it over pretty seriously. If I say 3, is that 2 round? Yeah, that's probably 2 round, huh? Okay. If I go 1, it's kind of round, but maybe still a little bit too sharp. Oh, this might be better. Yeah, instead of rolling ball, setback corners might be better. I think. Hard to tell. What happens if we change to chord length? I know there's a lot of edges going on there, so we're just gonna go shaded. I want to see what it looks like just as a 3D render. So yeah, so there's some of the flat faces, but if I go 2, then it still has some of those flat faces, but it's got that more rounded appearance. I'm almost liking that better. Now, if I go back to rolling ball corners, I'm wondering how that's going to affect our look. I didn't see any difference. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any difference there. Okay, so let's go to constant radius. Let's keep it on rolling ball. Change our visual style. See, that's still a little too flat, I think. So if I push out to 2, it rounds it out better, but see, it still has these really flat faces where it ends. You like the sharper look? I mean, I don't blame you. Here, I'm gonna look at this again. Yeah, I guess it does have those really flat surfaces, doesn't it? And I guess that kind of matches some of the other parts of it that you know, because it has these kind of sharp angles everywhere. So I guess that would make sense. I think I like the setback corners better than the rolling ball. Rolling ball, it kind of keeps those angles, but setback, it rounds off those corners a little bit better, and I think I like that better. So, all right, let's go back to showing our edges. I think that's going to work. Cool. Then the last thing that I hadn't done yet was I needed to fillet that. I think, yeah, just a 1/2 millimeter, just to soften that off a little bit. And I should probably do the same with these outer edges. on this guy too. Just the edges that are closest to the rest of the saber. Oh, not that one. That one. Not much of one. Just enough. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm thinking this feature needs a little bit of editing. We're going to go in 1 more millimeter on each side. Maybe even a little bit more. Not 53, 5.5. There we go. Okay, that makes me happier. Alright. There's also, looks like on each side, there's a little cut line, like a seam almost, across our main piece here. So we should be able to do a tangent plane on this side. And we'll do a little rectangle. A skinny rectangle. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna like project to the surface appropriately, but we're gonna try and see if we can make it work. So from object minus a half. Doesn't want to. I think it's because it has to be the exact same width as what the cutout is going to be in order for it to follow that. There's a couple other. There's another way I could do it. Just not sure if I want to go through all that trouble, because there should be an easier way to do it. I just haven't quite figured it out yet. Because I could split the whole thing and just leave a tiny gap. Leave a tiny gap there. Okay, I think I have an idea. Alright, so let's get rid of all of that. So that way we've only got just this left. Right? And then we are going to go ahead and do a tangent plane there. And okay, we're going to use center rectangle. Say it's only 0.5 millimeter high. Then I should be able to cut through both of those. Which gives us a little seam. Now if I turn our collar piece back on, it cuts all the way through that, which is not exactly what we're going for. I want it to look more like a groove. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go back to the sketch that created this. Or no, I have a better idea. No, that might not work. Okay. I'm working it out in my head as we go. So I want to go back to this sketch, right? And all I'm going to do is add a rectangle, but we're going to go 0.5 millimeter shorter. And it shouldn't do anything to our current thing. Then I should be able to make another new body. And then I should be able to chamfer two distances. This is the same width, and this will be 5.5 in. This should be down. Go down. Right? Yeah, I think that's going to be right. That should be 2.5, 5.5. So then there's a 0.5 millimeter groove in there. Should appear on both sides. Yep. Maybe I should make it even shallower. I mean, 0.5 millimeter is pretty shallow, so this is probably fine. Like, I might be getting a little bit too nitpicky if I go any more. Yeah, we'll just say that's good. Okay. So then I want to cut out just enough of this new piece to cover that area. If I go like this and I say intersect, and I'm only using body number 12, yep, cool. And there's that inner channel that follows a very similar angle. Alright, so now I should be able to turn a bunch of this back on, and we're going to do some combining. And I do still need to fix the hexagon button. I know I still need to do that, but I want to clean up my my stuff here. And 12 and 13. and 4. And we'll hit OK. Cool. Now that's all one body. Ryan, I don't know if you're still on, but thank you for joining and tuning in. Much appreciated. Good to see you online. All right, so make that a little bit bigger for people. All right, so now I need to do that dome button on top of that, which it basically looks like a hemisphere. Like it's pretty round. It's got a little black piece on it as well, so I'm thinking it's got like a ring around it. So let's see what we can do. This should be pretty easy. Creating a sphere, we'll create it on that plane. Oh. Create a sphere, create it on this. See if I can get it to lock in. There we go. Alright, so now we should just be able to... So if we go 10, that's pretty serious. A new body on that. Yeah, that is a serious button. Pretty tall. Maybe even a little bit too tall, but I can fix that. We can just take this and we can just like move it down one. Or well, I guess not. Oh, come on. Dang it. There we go. Okay. Maybe I just need to use scale. Maybe we just need to leave it alone for now. Because our buttons are sticking up quite a bit, but it's probably fine. Like, I'm probably just overthinking it. Probably fine. So, now I need sort of a ring, I guess, around this. Probably... Okay, what I'll probably do... Turn that off. Those off. So let's bring this back. Let's make another sphere. We're going to make this one slightly larger. Right? Snap to our center. And we said 10 on the last one, so let's go 11. Body, okay. And then I want to make a new sketch. And I want just that first couple of millimeters of it. Because what I'm going to do is go like that, but tell it to intersect. And then when I turn the other button back on, it should have a little ring around it. Which looks pretty right on. Now I just need to Need to get rid of that piece that's sort of sticking out there. If I grab this profile and just cut right through there. If we say intersect on that, no, not that. No, we're going to cut, but we're going to only cut number 15. Which should divide that into two bodies. So I can just turn that off. And then I should be able to combine this, this, and this. So now it's like that. Cool. Alright, so now I'll grab this profile. Or well, not that. Where is it? Grab this profile. Because I'm going to basically cut out where that button fits. Just like that. So that way when I turn the button back on, it's got somewhere to sit. It's body 9. Is that the... Oh, that's the rectangular button, right? Yeah, that's that button. This button we can make inert. We can go ahead and we're going to combine that. Combine those two together. So we can say switch. And then that button on top is the switch detail. Yeah, you're right, Tim. It did look better to me once I got the ring on it. Alright, so this is where we're at right now. It's looking pretty on point, I think. Time to save. Alright, so now for this section, before we get to the emitter, which hopefully that section will be pretty easy. Alright, so we're going to turn that back on, and we're going to get back to this sketch. Because essentially, we just need a solid rectangle . 22 550. And then there's a little groove that follows there, so we'll just plan that out real quick. There we go. That should do the trick. Might have to go a little bit longer than 50. Ooh, that might be too much. Because everything's sort of like, you know, it's off because of the weird perspective. But I think it's still going to work just fine. So if I finish that, and I revolve those three pieces, And that's essentially what we're looking at for the rest of the switch. So, yeah, so this is the switch section. That's the sleeve section. Okay. Alright, so then we've got this rectangular pattern going around the cylinder. Um, that's gonna make things interesting. I should be able to make some rectangles and project it to the surface. Create little insets. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 of them. So there's on the sides and on the top and bottom. So that should make our job a little bit easier as far as that goes. I'm thinking, let's see. It looks like it's evenly divided from where that groove ends to where that transition begins. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spaces across 47 millimeters, which of course is not going to divide very well. 6.7. We need this to be 45.5. That's gonna... Vents? Maybe. They might be vents. I mean, they're just black, so it's kind of hard to tell. But it just kind of looks like they're, set in, a little ways. So I'm not... I don't know if I really want to push too much on how much detail's going into those. Because we can zoom in, and you've got some glare there, from whatever that depth is. I don't think you'd want the lightsaber glow coming out of those. Here, this vent here would be really cool to have some color coming out of it from the LED. But I think here, all you really want is like a texture detail. I don't think it's like a cavity. I don't think it goes all the way through. Alright, so we were at 47. We need to get to 45 and a half. So that's 1.5 less? Is that it? 1.5? Okay, so now if I inspect, I should see 45.5. That's what we wanted. Cool. Alright. So I should be able to turn that off. Because what we're going to do is we're going to do a tangent plane. Get a sketch. And mapping to the origin. Try to get as close as I can to there. Alright. I'm going to say... Let's do 12 and a half. So that way they're like an inch tall. 6 that way. Okay, that's basically our initial spacer. And then to do the full ones, we're going to go like this. So that way we can go 6 by 25. Oh no, it's not 6, it's 6.5. That's what I that's what I did on the calculator. Gosh darn it. Okay, hang on. 6.5. You know, I was like, this doesn't seem to look like it's adding up, and I don't know why. And then we shouldn't need the last one. That's just a spacer. We'll go finish on that. Then we're going to grab this and this. And we go from this object. And we'll go -1. We'll make them kind of deep. Well, that didn't do what I wanted. Like, at all. What just happened? That's super weird. I want that whole thing. Yep. Okay, you know what? Here we go. Let's go back, edit our sketch, draw a line across the middle. Okay. Do the tops first, and we'll go back. Bottoms. There. Do what I tell you. And then should be able to do it from the other side, I think. Grab the... Let's just try to do the whole one again. Let's see. From object. This side. 1. No, not an offset. 1. Distance. Come on, Ben. There we go. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Okay. So now I should be able, so now what I could do is I could go into Edit Sketch. I'm going to Control C for copy. Say finish on that. Then we'll go to our top view. Make a tangent plane on top. Create a sketch there. And then if I there we go. That's close enough. Oops. Not quite, actually. Okay, hang on. Paste. Rotate. We actually need it to be like there. You know what? It might be easier for me to just redraw this. I thought I was going to make it easier, but the origin is not agreeing with me, so we'll just start on this end. Well, no, we started on the outside last time. Start on the outside again. All right. 6.5. There was probably a way to do this with the rectangular pattern command, but we had so many issues with that earlier. I'm not sure I want to mess with that again so soon. Because it might take a couple more minutes, but if it's easier in the long run and simpler, simpler is better, right? Alright, we'll put a line across here just in case we need it. Might not. Alright, finish. Right, extrude those three from that object. Okay, so it is going to do that. Alright. So we need to grab those halves. Okay. And then these three. So. Alright, then I just need to get to the bottom. Not that one. Bottom. One. Boom. Boom. Alright, let's take a look at our reference. Definitely more distance between them. So I definitely went too long with 25 millimeter, but that should be pretty easy to adjust. So I go to edit my sketch, and we say, oh, let's say we don't want to go too far. So let's go down to 23, and we just have to change each of these. Finish. Now if I change the other one to 23, it's probably going to be far. So it doesn't seem like much, but the the profile is so different even when you just change 1 millimeter, and you wouldn't think that that's as big of a deal, right? I didn't use center rectangles. That's why it looked okay, because it's closer on that side than it is that side. Gosh darn it. So changing it is not easy as I thought. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to change all that back. Okay. Then we'll just go to edit sketch, and we're going to make a new line that is offset -1 that way. Create an offset. Nope, not that. -1 that way. Now that probably won't affect the extrusion, so I'll have to go back edit feature. Yeah, because I don't want these sections. Okay. Edit feature. Turn those off. Hit OK. And then on the bottom, just deselect those. There we go. Okay, now I just need to do it to this sketch. Yeah, I pretty much realized it as soon as it happened, Tim. I'm sorry. I you are so on top of it, but I am like the latency is really making things weird. There we go. I think that looks better. It definitely looks a lot closer to the my expectation of of the amount of space there. I think. Yeah. I don't want to go too short because that could make some weird stuff happen. But but I think I'm pretty right on with that. Cool. Okay, so now I should be able to combine these two, join those. All right. That is now the switch. All right, we're gonna save our work. And I'm gonna take like 3 minutes, a 3 minute break. So I will be right back. I will see you in just a few minutes. And welcome back. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for your patience while I took a little break. We are going to continue our project tonight and see if we can get it pretty much all the way done. That's that's my goal for the evening, is to get power and control totally done. So the next section that we're working on is going to be the emitter, and we're going to zoom in here so that we can see a lot better what's going on. Um, we've got a cool curve going on here, and so we have an angled collar. We have this cool curve going on, and then we have a taper all the way down to the end, and it's all hollow, and then it has a cylinder sort of going through it. Well, I appreciate that, Tim. I'm glad that you're here with me. I'm glad that somebody's here with me. um, so, let's. All right. I think we could approach this essentially the same way as our other parts of the project. Is that we can make a profile, we can revolve it, and then do some cutouts. Originally, I thought maybe I would try to do what's called a loft, but I'm not sure that that's going to be. I'm not sure that that would be very efficient. I think it's going to be easier if I just start with a profile and we do the revolve like we have been doing. So we're going to turn on our canvas and we're going to do a new sketch. Alright, looks like it'll let me attach the sketch to this body that is visible. That'll be nice, because we've got... Well, hang on. You just showed me that you had a vertice. You're not going to let me draw on the vertice? Come on now. Don't be like that. Snap. Maybe snap will help? Snap help? Oh, that's on the grid. That's not exactly what we want. So, okay. So what we'll do is we'll just start a little bit away from the switch, like we've done the other sabers, where we don't necessarily have to be right on top of it. You know, leave a little gap, and then I'll move in. So this needs to be. We're going to start at 23. But this is going to taper outwards, even bigger. So now if I grab just that vertice, it's not going to do what I want. So I'm going to have to grab it like this and decide what my slope is, essentially. 160 looks pretty darn close. $160. Okay, come on now. There we go. Just wanted to snap in there. Okay. Alright, then we've got... Then it like... Okay. Then it curves up and then tapers down. So... I suppose that I should be looking at... So this slopes upward pretty much until it reaches there. So I can just continue this for a bit, and we're going to make that a construction line, because that'll just give us a reference. to sort of build off of. Because what I want to do is figure out exactly how wide that portion is. And we'll just make a line. Don't want it doing anything weird. Try to make this section a little greater. That slope seems a little bit too drastic, doesn't it? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it's all ugly now. Okay, hang on. We're just gonna get rid of that. Alright, let's try this again. Zoom in here. Maybe looking at the video will help a little bit too. Okay, yeah, so the slope doesn't start very far under that, does it? Okay. So maybe the slope actually starts here and comes out straight a little bit and then slopes upward. Want that really straight. Oh, you know what we should do? Okay, instead of a spline, I should probably just go ahead and make a straight line, and then create an arc. Yeah, that's so much cleaner. Oh my gosh, like, why didn't I think of that? And then now I don't know if this is going to be precisely what we want. Obviously, there's a little bit more going on here than our picture is telling us. Darn it. There we go. Okay, so now we've got this closed shape here. I'm concerned that I didn't go like high enough, because it looks narrow to me. Well, let's revolve it and just see what she looks like. Funny enough, it actually looks almost correct, doesn't it? Like, I was worried that it wouldn't be big enough, but now I'm thinking that maybe it's okay. Turn on the sleeve. Yeah, that actually looks okay. Like, I don't think I would go bigger than that. Like, I think this is gonna work out pretty okay. Alright, so now I should be able to, let's just grab these two edges, fillet those. There we go. Yeah, I think that's working better. Might even take it down a little more, really? Like you think that looks a little too bulky? Because it, like just looking at the picture, it looks almost right on. Maybe it looks bulky because it doesn't have the cutouts yet. Let's look at the sketch just to see. Because our height here needs to be that. So it's really this point here that could be a little bit different. And then maybe make this a little bit shorter. Yeah, that looks better. Little tweak. Looks a little bit better. I'm wondering if that slope is too much, where it's like going up a little bit too much. Because in this one it looks a little bit more gradual. So let's look at that again. Like it gets a little too vertical right around here. I feel like it needs to be a little bit. I don't know if that did anything. I think all I did was move it. No, actually that did do something, huh? But now this looks a little too high. Okay. We're gonna keep refining this. This goes down a little more. Too much. Up a little bit more. There we go. I think maybe we're getting close. And maybe that fillet was a little too much. Let's go back to that, and we'll say 0.5 on that, just so it has a little bit more of that sharpness to it that it had before. I'm thinking. Okay. Now it looks like on the sides it's completely cut through on the sides. And the amount that it's cut through is less than these, and these we had at 23. So maybe 20? Let's try 20 and see how that goes. We'll create a sketch. Center rectangle. And we're going to say 20. Maybe a little bit less? Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Go to 18. might move. Damn it. Center moved on me. We'll just eyeball it. This part doesn't have to be super precise anyway. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that works. We'll go. Well, actually, you know, we'll go ahead and before we do that stuff, we're going to take this body and we're just going to move it so that it's butted up on there, or at least as small a gap as possible. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Or if I put the move after the cut. There we go. Okay. Okay. Then there's the cuts on the top and bottom. Looks like it goes all the way through, even this extra cylinder guy, so might need to do that before moving on. Let's zoom in and get a better look here. We've got, okay, so we've got a basic cylinder going through there with one groove there, and then another groove probably right there, I think. That's what it looks like. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens there. So we're going to go back into, or we're going to make a new sketch. I think that's going to be easy to make a new sketch. We've been moving some things around. We want to go well, actually, no, I need to work in the last sketch because I need things to line up appropriately. So I'm just going to have to not do the move yet. There's going to be a gap. It's going to look weird, but we're going to deal with it for now because I need this sketch in order to figure out the cylinder that goes on the inside. I'm thinking it's 21, and then, okay, it is shorter than the overall saber. Maybe that's a good distance. I'm not sure yet. And then we have this, I wish it would quit zooming out. Okay, there's a groove, and the groove looks like it lines up with where this happened. So we'll just make a line there. And we'll turn that into a construction line so that it doesn't mess up anything else that we've done. Because then I need to make a rectangle. It goes that way. If it goes this way, we'll go 19, 20, by 4. Okay. And then there's like a groove or something on the end of it. like right there. Can't tell exactly what that is, but I think what my brain is telling me here is that it's just a little notch out of it. So let's go 1 by 2. Let's see how that does. Okay. Then I should be able to turn this back on. Go to revolve. New body. I feel like that looks correct-ish. I mean, yeah, so you can see the profile there, just like that. Oh my gosh, I just realized what I messed up. Ah. So this is only supposed to cut through that. It's supposed to leave the rest of that intact. That's why it looked weird. Okay. I think I missed, yeah, so I missed a tiny little bit there. So we'll go ahead and edit the sketch one more time. We're going to get this close to that as we can. And then I should probably make sure that it was still centered. Yeah, it looks centered. Okay. There we go. I was wondering what was looking weird, but couldn't quite figure out. Alright, so there's that. I am fairly happy with that. Alright, so then we need to do the top and bottom cut. That's what it is. That's what it is. And then everything's going to have to get filleted because it's got roundish edges like pretty much everywhere on this emitter. So let's do the top and the bottom cut. So we'll make a new sketch on our ground plane. It looks pretty wide. Like this is pretty wide piece, like wider than these, like almost double that. And these are 6.5, so maybe that's like 12 wide, and then it just has a round top there. So let's try that and see how that goes. So I'm gonna grab our origin point, so snap to the middle. Zoom in as much as I can. I want to get really close to that without actually cutting into it. And a 3D printer is only going to read so much anyway. Alright, so... Oh, darn it. I hit escape. Try that again. Really nice and close. Grab that. Back out. Okay. I'm going to go 6 this way. And the top of it kind of went into that. Yeah, okay. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. Because then what I want to do is I want to make an arc Got too far into it? Too far into it. Try that. There we go. Actually looks pretty close, I think, as far as like where the cutout sits. Yeah, yeah, I'd say that looks pretty close. It looks like the sloping part is still not quite long enough. Like on this one, it looks longer than it does proportionally here. Like this distance should be longer. Getting out to there. See if I can mess with that without ruining anything. Why is this so blue over here on my chat? I'm gonna have to go in my settings and figure that out because I look over there and it's like impossible to read the names of people on the chat because it's like this weird blue on top of charcoal gray, and oh man, it's just like it's bugging me, wigging me out, man. Maybe it's under appearance, theme, night and day. Nope, that doesn't seem to matter. Okay, well, we're not going to mess with that for right now. I need to figure out how to make... Oh, look at that. I think I know what happened. Because see, this goes all the way to there. This... Oh man, okay. Basically, this thing needs to get pushed over this way. But I think I'm going to have to basically break all the constraints in order to for it to allow to move without it like trying to stay connected to everything. Because what I want this this way. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so then that changed where our cutouts go. But it did make the slope longer, and that's what I was looking for. So I just need to go in on these guys and as close as we can get to that edge. And then one. Looks pretty close. And I'll just push these back out. I don't know why it's like pushing around the other lines. Maybe it's the way that I built the rectangles, but there we go. That's a little bit better because it's got a little bit more of the, you know, got a little bit more of the slope going on. Seems like it shouldn't be quite as tall as it is. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Okay. A lot of little errors and finagling with this one. So this slope needs to be. Hang on a minute. Why is it? Okay, hang on. That should be like that, right? But why is it? No, that's okay. So that is the distance that I said. Okay. All right. I think I'm just nitpicking too much because it actually looks pretty halfway decent. Yeah, I think I'm just nitpicking at this point. Cool. Okay. So that means we need to combine these shapes together and then start filleting to make it pretty. Oh, and the front of this needs to get a hole cut out of it because that doesn't look right. So you, like I said, Tim, you were so on top of it. Oh, too much. Still too much. Close enough. Okay. Objects to cut. I do not want to cut that one. Right? There we go. Oh, I think I went too far though. Yeah, look at that, all that weird gaps. Shorten it up. So that way it's just where it joins up on that. I kind of wanted it to follow the taper because I thought that would look cooler. So, all right. Modify, combine that stuff together. Boom. That is the emitter. So let's turn this stuff off. All right. So now we need to fill it. All of our major edges. That one separately. Yeah, we'll try these as well. The more we can do in one go, the better. Yeah, the center does need cut out. I just haven't gotten that far yet. somehow I missed a couple edges. Crap. That one. That one. Okay, what'd you get here? Okay, no, that's fine. We're just going to try doing all of this at once, I think. See if it hates me or not. Oh, actually worked out fairly decently. Not a lot of fuss. Okay, so the end of the emitter is definitely rounded over more than the rest of the edges. So I'm gonna have to do this again. So we're gonna grab these edges first. That's gonna be one measurement, and then the very butt end. Oh, come on! Stop it. There we go. And then the nose of it will have will be more rounded than the rest of it. At least that's what I'm seeing. All right, stop zooming out. Yeah, like I'm seeing more roundedness on the nose than on most of the other surfaces. So we'll do less fillet on most of the edges, and then on the very end of the nose, we'll do a bigger one. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's all those edges. We'll just do a 1/2 millimeter with rolling ball edges, rolling ball corners. Hit OK. Fill at the nose. Should be just those pieces. Go farther in. That's looking pretty good. Maybe even 1.5. Yeah, so that leaves the cutouts fairly sharp. The nose is nice and round. Okay, so now we need the blade receiver, which we remember is 1 inch. So all I have to do is make this 25.5. Is that what I did on the previous one? On the blade receiver? Diameter 22.3. Oh, I think I did a 7/8 blade on this one because I was so concerned about the diameters on that. What was the piece in justice? Let's see what the blade receiver size was on this guy. .65. Okay. 25.65. I was close. I was really close. Alright, so that would be the blade receiver. Or, well, the shroud that goes over it, I guess. Let's go ahead and rename this emitter. And then we'll turn on the switch. And we need the blade to go into the switch portion a little bit. Not a lot, just enough that that it has somewhere that, like, you could drill a hole for a screw, to hold your blade in place. So let's go grab that profile again. Go very far. Maybe just there would be fine. There we go. Okay. Now we can turn off the emitter because we are going to do our hollowing out. Do this. I don't think it needs to go to the second vent. I think just to that first one would probably be fine. It doesn't really need. It doesn't need much because the blade has already got like the whole emitter that it's being held in with. So and these aren't meant to be, stunt worthy. These are, for show, for costuming. So, all right, let's turn this around and a hole. I think previously we were doing 30 millimeter hole through like the whole thing basically. What's going on? Taper. Oh, no taper angle. There we go. Okay. With a hex shape, I'm not sure. Not sure where you're going with that, man. What's up? Connect shape. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm still gonna use the decagon, the 10-sided polygon for the connections. Right now I'm just hollowing out the pieces to prepare for that, and then we still need to make a pommel. So we are gonna move our emitter closer. Let's go with camera, orthographic. There we go. It's okay, Tim. I, I'm following you. I know you're anxious, but we will get there. I promise. All right. So there's the switch detail. It's good to go. Okay, so then the sleeve. The sleeve needs a hole cut out of it. So we can just grab our 30mm sketch and blast a hole right through that. There we go. Now it's looking good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot happier about this. Cool. Alright, so now it needs a pommel. And if we go to the references of what Disney uses at the Disney park for power and control for their quote end caps. This looks like the switch that we just made. Proportions are different for sure, but semi-similar. Emitter's a little bit similar as well. Our shape is a little bit different. The ribbed section is a little bit different on this diagram, but not a big deal. The important thing is what the end cap looks like. So I think I used this one for the last one we did. Something like this could be really cool for this one in particular. So let me grab that out of that image and just see if I can insert that as a canvas, get it scaled properly. Well, I'm glad that you're excited about me making a saber, man. I'm glad that I can provide some entertainment for you while we work on this. All right, so I'm gonna. It's gonna be a really crappy image because it's tiny. All right, we're gonna call this something. Awesome. Here we go. Alright, so let's insert pommel power. Alright. Turn off the bodies. And we'll say that that's our largest distance, which for this was 43, no 46. 46 was the biggest one on this particular venture. Turn our bodies back on, down to the end. Yeah, I think that'll look kind of cool. I think it kind of falls in line with what we want to do. There's definitely some interpretation that's going to happen with these triangle bits. I'm wondering if maybe it's like just a tapered polygon, almost like a segmented jewel, like the button was. That could be a thing. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump in. Okay, so got 23 by 3. It's not 3.27. Come on now. 3. And 22. 5. 3. Then we stair step down a couple times, and then we have this interesting thing going on. Go 21 by 6. $20, 10. Not extrude. Revolve. No, not that one. Daffy thing. There we go. Now is that too big? Maybe I should have started smaller. You know what? Let's go back into the sketch. We're gonna turn off our canvas for the moment. Chaz? Chaz is watching? Oh my gosh. I think this is the first time that Chaz has watched a live stream of mine. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna go down on all of these. Just go smaller. Mini. There we go. Let's see how that does. That's a little bit better. I feel like that. It's a little bit better. Might go a little bit shorter on that guy. Let's see where we're at as far as like overall length, because I don't want to become concerned about where we're at lengthwise. Okay, so to the end of the sleeve, we've got 277. That's 11 inches, so we should be safe to make the pommel anywhere around 50 long, and we'd be fine. Which I don't even think we're approaching that yet. Where are we at now? 27? Oh yeah, we're fine. I guess just proportionally, I thought maybe this face looked a little bit wide. But you know, it looks pretty right on. I mean, we could go a little bit smaller, maybe just a hair. Like instead of 10, let's go 8. Yeah, that made me feel better. I don't know why. It did. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll fillet these guys. This one too, I think. Not that much. There we go. Okay. Now in this one, it looks like the D-ring goes right on top, like basically through the middle of it, and it looks like some kind of multifaceted thing. So it looks like maybe a hexagon that goes down to a diamond or a square shape. This could be interesting. So we could do what's called a loft. We'll see what it looks like, because this could be interesting. So we're going to make a sketch of a hexagon first. And we'll go almost as big as the whole thing here. And then we just need an offset plane. That sits about where the top is. make another new sketch on that. And then this one, we should go center rectangle, because we're going to go (15 by 15), but then we're going to come on now. Turn it like that. Alright, hopefully this will be interesting. But, so a loft will go from one profile to the next, and it makes a transition between the two. Spike fins. Spike fins. I'm going to have to think about what spike fins means while I'm doing this loft. Well, that is not what I wanted. Because that doesn't... Oh, you know what I could do? Okay. This might be a little bit weird, but we're actually going to design a surface first. Because what I want is I want a triangle there. No, of course it's not going to let me do that. Okay. I want a triangle there. Turn my sketches back on. Come on now. A triangle there. But then I just want that one to go there. One to go there. And since it's all geometric, it should keep its flat faces pretty well. No. Touch that. So from the side, that looks correct. Like that's what it looks like. But when you go 3D with it, kind of weird. Like maybe, you know what? Maybe I should do. Maybe I should go like an octagon so that there's a triangle on top as well. You know? Because even though this is basically correct, there's just something weird about it going on that I don't like. 4 tapered fins to the end. The D-ring casing. Oh, okay. So like, things that stick out, basically. I follow. Interesting. Let me think about that for a minute. I want to try the thing that I'm on at the moment and see if I can't make it work. So we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna go in to our hexagon and up with my select tool. Window selection, that's the one. There we go. And we're going to do just to see how this goes, because now I should be able to make a few different triangles. Oh, this might be something I like actually. I think I got hung up on hexagon because of how many edges I could see. So, from the right side view, still correct as far as like what you can see versus what you can't see. But then if you turn it towards the top, you get the same view. So you get symmetrical all the way around, and you have this kind of diamond-shaped back end. I could fillet it to soften it up like we did with the button, and then put a D-ring connector on top. I don't know. I think it looks kind of cool. Let's turn all that stuff off. I need to close this up. All right, come on. Yeah, you're digging it? Cool. Alright, so that gives us a solid body there and there. Hit our home button so we can be spinning around that object there. Alright, so let's see what happens when we do the fillets. Right? We want to fillet the whole thing like we did with the button. Alright, so we'll start with one. A little bit softer, pretty nice. Probably go with setback corners. That looks better. Push it to 2. It's a little bit softer. Still has a nice big flat faces, but with just much softer transitions between them. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Then I should be able to combine those two without any issues. Now I suppose so the issue with this one is going to be if you have a sound module, where is the sound going to come out of? So that means that we need to have some kind of cutouts happening that allow the sound to come through, and maybe that's this area here. Maybe we can do something with it that won't be too obtrusive. Because I don't know that I want to do any like weird grid patterns on these flat faces, because then I feel like that's going to take away from it. Got our saber overall. Yeah, I mean that pommel definitely fits this style. I don't know why, but it does. Holes around on the ring right before the cone. So on this, yeah. So I was kind of thinking about holes around here. I'm just trying to figure out maybe like what kind of holes. Maybe some rectangular cutouts, because that would sort of mirror what's going on up here. Um, Round holes, I think, would draw a lot of attention. So I'm kind of feeling like the rectangle sound vents, I guess, like maybe some smaller ones. Let's take a look. Let's see what we can come up with. Actually, since we're gonna go all the way through, make it there and plus signs. Plus signs? I don't know. Because that's we don't really have that anywhere else in the design so far. I'm gonna try something simple and just see how that does. Okay. Do the same thing this way. Not sure why it rotates like that. Center rectangle. Oh, forgot to grab the origin. Because, of course. Right up on. Bell. There. Not a lot going on. Rectangle sound vents sound the best. I mean, maybe they produce the best sound too. I'm hilarious. Yeah, I think that could work as far as that's concerned. Okay, so let's find our 30 millimeter hole wherever it went. That one. Okay. Turn our camera orthographic so we can get a good sense of where this is going to end up. Okay. If I turn off the sleeve, oops, and the switch and the emitter, sketch, hit home. There, yeah, so now there's just little slots down there at the bottom of the cavity that should allow sound to escape, I think. Or enough sound for it to matter, I guess. Or should. So, okay. So then at this point, we need something for the D-ring to pass through in our canvas. It almost doesn't even look like a D-ring. It just looks like a solid piece that's already part of the saber. Like it doesn't, like it's not a D-ring that would swivel. It's just like like it's part of it. Um, so, but maybe a D-ring is best because that's probably what most people are going to want on their saber. Also, 3D printing something here that would be strong enough to like hook onto and not bust off would probably be difficult. Even if you printed it 100% fill, I would be scared of it, like, you know, because it's plastic, you know. So if the D-ring is going that way, then that means we need to have something for it to pass through over the top of it. So we need something on this plane, right? No. Yes? Wait. Crap. Okay, if the D-ring goes this way, then I need to extrude this way, so I need to draw this way. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, because what we need, and we'll end up combining these two objects, so it doesn't really matter where I put it. As long as I'm snapped to the origin. I want to overlap a little bit. Okay. The last time, see, this is. I should look this stuff up before I just start doing things. Okay, so on Passionate Strength we had a D-ring attachment. Our hole, which of course is not, okay. The thickness of the piece, 8 millimeters. Okay, so 8 by 8 would work out okay. So that means that this hole is probably 5. Try and find it. There it is. It is 3.75. Okay, so 8 by 8 with a 3.75 millimeter hole. So we'll try that again. Center rectangle. Make a thick X on top, put a hole through 2 of the sides. Maybe taper a bit. Yeah, maybe. Thick X on top. Thick X on top. Alright. 8. 8. Right in the middle. 5. Alright, this gets us our basic something. Oop, tapered the wrong way. Should probably include that if I'm gonna use a taper. -5. I feel like I'm getting closer now. be interesting. Kind of follows the shape that we've got going on a little bit. I'm not sure though. Maybe I ought to just keep it simple. Okay. I think what I want to do is make a sketch on top of this and basically make an arc. Okay. A different kind of arc. Select the center point. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Not at all. Like, not even close. Tangent? No. Guess 3-point arc is the way to go. Oh, this is ugly. Oh, it's so ugly. I don't know if I can fix it, but I'm gonna try. Ugh. Hmm. Kind of ruins the whole thing, doesn't it? Maybe we should abandon the D-ring on the end and do one on the side like we had for the other one. Cause I feel like putting it on the end here is just making it really fucking weird. Like it was cool and now it's just dumb looking. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We're just gonna turn that off. I'm almost thinking we just borrow this one and just use a similar one on this. Like I think it's a good body. Um, let's see. Trying to remember how I did it. There we go. Okay. It was somewhere in here. There. That one. Wasn't that one. There it is. Try a plus sign on top. Let's square it up to match the S top instead of angling. Yeah, but how is a D-ring going to go through that? Because a D-ring is only one piece. So what you're saying is to put an X here. Like that. So putting an X this way, and then the D ring would just go through the center of the X, which that doesn't give it any like additional strength or anything. Yeah, but that was my problem with the previous body is because it's so thick that it takes away from that profile. Putting the D ring on the end means that the lightsaber is longer and needs to have something for the D ring to pass through, and that's the issue I was having, is that I like this profile too much to do something to it. You know? I mean, unless the D ring like cut through here, you know? Like okay, let's go back to our top view. I'm gonna try something because it just occurred to me. So we're gonna try this. Come on, there we go. So just out of morbid curiosity, I'm gonna try something. We're gonna go 3.75 through that. Okay, and then I'm going to offset this. Nope, not like that. I'm going to create an arc. Okay. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to cut all the way through, which, dang it, doesn't do what I wanted. Okay, hang on. Alright, let's try this again. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Boom. Finish that. Alright. Now, I'm just going to grab that. Go symmetric. Okay. So now there's this groove cut out, right? Which doesn't change our profile at all. Well, maybe slightly, but nothing major there. Now, the D-ring would need something to hold it in place, which would have to be, okay, so let's go back to my sketch. Okay, because now I think what I'll do make something similar. Okay. Then I just want to grab this. I'm probably going to hate this too, but, you know, might as well try. Body, paper. Not taper. Ugh, I hate it. I think even if I try to, like, make it nice. No, I guess that's not as bad as the previous one. That doesn't change the profile as much. So that might actually work-ish. I'm not super satisfied with it, but you know, when this is what you got, you know, maybe what I ought to do. Okay. New plan. Let's go back just a little bit. And let's make a sketch on top of this plane. And what we're going to do I want to make oh, come on. Don't want that one. I want that. Okay. Alright, and then if I did this, right? And then filleted those down a lot rounder, and then grabbed circle from this, put that again, that weird? That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, that's super weird. I know what I need to do. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I think I'm getting closer to something that I will like. But here's my thought. I'm going to go a little bit under that, like that, and then go back to my initial extrude and leave out those. Edit, fillet, go. and then it cuts the hole out there. If I grab this 2.5 millimeters, yeah, I don't really want to go any thinner than that. Ugh, it sticks out so much, like a sore thumb. It matches better this way, but it's just, oh my god. I thought I had it. I really did. Go through the square side plates to each side. Don't lose your shape. No extra. Um, Maybe. Like, it depends on the size of the D-ring. Because, okay, so if we expect people to use a 1-inch D-ring, then that means they would only have 25 millimeters worth of stuff going on. So let's just back up. There we go. And currently, from here, oof, that's like really close to 1 inch. That's like 2 millimeters worth of room. I'd have to give it a little bit of wiggle room by like knocking out part of this corner, and giving it something to ride inside. But I like where your head's at. So let's try something. So let's say we wanted the center of the D-ring to be there, which we know is 3.75 diameter hole. And we need at least 0.75, and then that look. Oh man, see, that looks really thin. What about the square sides? Yeah, I guess if we like angled the. Okay, hang on. Like if it was angled funny. If I went from here, it's only 15, but I have to go further back, to have thickness. So okay, so here's the thing. Like, if I make an offset plane from here, and we go at least -4, because that's like our wall thickness that we have to have, right? Then that means that the wait, 0.75, 8 millimeter. So that would be. Oh no, that's only 2 millimeters on each side. Okay. Alright, so this has got to go back. Alright, so the edge of a hole needs to hit that construction plane, which means this one that I drew here is not quite right. Like, it would be correct like there. As long as yeah, I'm in orthographic, so. Yeah, so it would be a shorter distance. You're right. So if I went on this plane for drawing, Okay. Then when I grab that, I should be able to just push it all the way through. Definitely not centered. Yikes. Okay. Not what I wanted. How did that happen? Okay, I think I kind of know what happened. Because we need... Oh, we need... Plane at an angle. This angle. No, that's not it. Why is this tough? Maybe, okay, maybe I can just, you know what, we're going to cheat. Instead of trying to figure out how to do it, we're just going to cheat. And I'm just going to rotate this whole thing 45 degrees, cut a hole through it, and then put it back. Move, rotate, axis. That one. Because now, yep, that all looks correct. Now I should be able to just push this through this way, cut through that way, and then within this distance, from there to there, 19 millimeters is less than 25, so that means it would have just a little bit of wiggle room for um, a D-ring. So theoretically that would work. I think the interesting thing will be how you install the D-ring, because with it being that tight, you need to have some way of it went on an angle because the plane is center. Yeah, I know. Would it make the blade sit weird? So if we go back, so if we rotate this again, okay, that's our original orientation. We'll turn on all of our bodies again. Okay, so if you had a D-ring going through 45-degree angle like that, when you clip it on your belt, the blade would be rotated a little funny on your costume, but I don't believe it would make anything sit funny. I don't think. The thing that I'm trying to figure out now is this works as far as the size and the placement, but installing a D-ring might be a little bit more difficult. So this might be one of those situations where I need to split this and then like make it where it's got pegs so you can like put the D-ring in and then like glue it together. Make it stick out at an angle because of the tilt. This shouldn't affect the blade at all. No, I don't. No, it shouldn't be affecting the blade like at all. This is only going to affect the D-ring and like the rotation of the hilt as it like sits on your person. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to bring plane out here. That. Split this body by that tool. Oh, would it make the hilt stick out at a funny angle? I don't think so. Like the D-ring overall is. Oh, I kind of see what you mean. Um, but you'd run into like a similar situation with. Well, I guess you wouldn't run into it with this one because the D-ring hooks on and then like the flat of the hilt is up against your body. Um, where is Peace and Justice? What did we do for that one? Because that one was on the backside too. Oh, but it was also on the edge. So when you clip it, ah yes. No, I think you're right because if it goes through the middle, yeah, because all the other sabers it's out on the edge. Yeah, yeah. Go ram it. You're right. Absolutely right. Yeah, the side one is probably going to be the best use of what we got going on. Because every time that I've tried to do something here, and the whole time didn't even realize that it was all for naught because it tapers too much, and it would, yeah, the D ring would sit funny. So we shouldn't be doing that anyway. So yeah, you're right. We should just make make a clip just like peace and not peace and justice. We're gonna make a clip like passion and strength, where it sits on the side. That's what we're gonna do. And it's gonna sit, um, I think, on this one. Oh, you know what? I need to move that a little bit, don't I? Okay, so I think last time went symmetric with it, body 16 millimeters wide is probably too much. Well, 16 is probably okay, especially if it's like a 1-inch D-ring. It's kind of hefty. All right, so we'll go with that. And then, how did I do last time where I curved off this here? How did I do that? I'm trying to remember now. Did I cut it out? See, that's a different sketch. Yeah, see, there's no other sketch on top of that. So, what did I arc? Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you're right. All right, yeah, we'll just do another sketch because why not? Midpoint. Not that midpoint. Come on. Yeah, that's not even close. Okay. Trying to remember what I did. You didn't waste any time. It's fine. Like, this is all a learning experience anyways. Yikes. Okay, nope, nope, don't do that. So with 2 millimeter, it looks like that, but it's still very square. That's not what I want. What did I do last time? If I could just find... Okay, there's that. That was a fillet? Oh! Duh. I know what I did now. I filleted this first, and then grabbed the outside edges like that, and then pulled that in. I the smart. There we go. That's not bad. Like that kind of fits with everything. Not too obtrusive, in my opinion. So I should probably, let's see. I should probably move it to the side here, so that way it's not like in line with the buttons. So we'll just grab this, move, rotate around this axis. There we go. Yeah. Or I guess I should put it on the back side. Gosh darn it. Okay. 8. This axis. Play. Okay, where did you... That... Okay. Get rid of you. Yes, and you too. There we go. Now we've got a little D-ring connector on the back side. Feel pretty good about it. Not too obtrusive. It's only like 16 millimeters wide. So 13, so it's a ½ inch. You can put a pretty small D-ring on it. You don't have to go super hefty. You could have like a 3/4 inch D-ring on it. You know, something a little bit less noticeable. Yeah. All right, let's move this in. So I need to combine those still. Combine that and that. All that. Pommel. And there we have it. Power and control. Doesn't have its connectors yet, but that's okay. Because that part's pretty standard among all the pieces. So not going to worry about that at the moment. But I'm fairly happy with how this one turned out. I think it's a good piece. Let's see what our final length ended up being. We ended up at 328, which puts us at almost 13 inches, which is a little bit long, but that's okay. Like, I think anywhere between 11 and 14 is pretty good. This one, I think the extra length is from the pommel and the emitter on this guy. So yeah, the pommel on this is definitely extra long compared to the other ones that we've had so far. So yeah, let's you know what I'm gonna do. This is gonna bug me, so I'm gonna... How's there anything of it left? Great sketch. And body 16 is still there. Okay, so apparently it won't go away. Alright, what if I just try to delete it? Okay. I mean, it looks like it survived. That. Ah, okay, yeah, that wasn't worth it. We'll just... I'll just deal with the fact that it's... Just deal with the fact that it's there. Fine. Alright. Go to appearance. We want aluminum. That. Right, yeah, we're gonna prepare this for rendering, and we're gonna pull up the reference material so I can figure out what areas need to be blackened. Because it's not quite midnight yet, so I'm just gonna go a little farther. Ah, come on. There we go. Alright. Okay, so... that. Powder coat. Powder coat black. Okay, definitely on the inside of these. See if we can make this look pretty. Inside of that, and looks like that part. Come on. There you go. That one. There we go. And That one. It also means that one. Oh no. A little some space is hiding in here. The color still makes absolutely no difference on the 3D print, but makes for a pretty picture for people that want to potentially download a file. If it looks pretty in the render, then they might be more willing to throw a couple bucks at downloading it. The last time I did a render, I used metallic black, and so I think the powder coat will keep it from getting too glossy. It should be a lot more matte and look a lot better on the dark areas. So there, that, and then I think it was, yeah, the dark areas was for the flat faces, I think, on the pommel end. Because the only silver part was these triangles. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, and then this is darker too. It looks a little bit more weathered though. Maybe we can find something metal. Rough steel, braided steel, knurled steel, mesh. No. Iron. Black oxide coating? No. And there's not a lot of like weathered looking things. So that's okay. We'll just go with the powder coat on this interior bit. Sure, it'll be fine. Come on. There it is. No? Really? Come on. There you go. Okay, and then these pieces. Just on the outside though. There we go. Alright, so we'll close that out. Get this a little bit more centered and situated. Show off the button there. There we go. Maybe turn it this way a little bit so you can see more of our pommel end. There we go. Alright. So we'll go to render. Local renderer with 1000. Alright, come on now. Show me where the... Oh, here we go. That's the setting I was trying to find. Alright, local renderer. Well, we don't need a big image right now. I just want to see how she turns out. Alright, so that's going to render for a minute. So, I'm thinking about the next saber that I want to do. Valor and Wisdom is a good saber. I think Valor and Wisdom 2 looks better as far as like grip versus switch. And I think the grip area, instead of doing the mirrored thing like this, I think I would just extend those bars like I did on Passioning, whatever the last one was. And also this is, you know, a pretty classic emitter shroud, so I feel like I kind of need to do this one just for Star Wars posterity. So I'm thinking next Monday we'll knock this one out, and I'm gonna try and get to a point where I can start having start doing like a lightsaber a week, you know, and just and be able to have enough time in the stream to get through one simple project completely, and then if there are more complex things that I want to do later or break it up, then I could do that. But for the lightsabers project, if I could knock out a lightsaber a week, then I'll have the whole kit of parts ready to go online within like the next month or so. Because looking at the number of sabers that I have left to do that I think would go well with this set, we have Valor and Wisdom, and then we have Elemental Nature, which is a pretty popular one. I actually, where's my... Apparently I don't have screen caps of Elemental Nature. I do have the video of it. It's got some organic designs on it. Very cool. Doing the swirly designs, not as difficult as it looks. We would be basically making a cylinder that we unfold flat, draw the swirls on it, and then it refolds itself back up into a cylinder. Makes it really neat. It's got some interesting texture things going on with Elemental Nature. Also, the pommel end for Elemental Nature in the references is really interesting, because there's one that's like a bone, which we should be able to do. We can do this tooth-like thing, and then our more standard cap with a ring on it sort of thing. But Elemental Nature does have some interesting things going on with textures, and so that's two sabers. Then there's Magus, which is like kind of crazy with the grip section and the switch section and the emitter section. It's it's kind of nuts looking, but it is technically also mix and matchable. It's also got this really cool, wicked design on it. That would also be something where we're working on a flat that gets rolled up into a cylinder, which is it's a really interesting method on Fusion to do that. So that's 3 sabers, and then there's Maigito, another really cool emitter, really thin neck there, and then pretty basic hilt otherwise, but it has some interesting texturing on the inside of the emitter there. That could be cool. And then lastly, Umbaran. I was flipping through colors on this one before I finally started rotating it. Come on now. There we go. So this one's got some cool things going on with the emitter as well. The grip section is also really neat because it's that rubberized kind of grip, and so it would be interesting to figure out whether I could make that printable or if it'd have to be something that somebody would do like afterwards. So that's 5. So there are 5 sabers left in the like overall set. So we've done 3 so far, so that's 8 sabers. So 8 sabers, each with 4 different parts. So if you know if I do my math right, that means that if you had all the parts available to you, then that should be 8 to the 4th power, right? So 4,000 combinations, which would be insane. Could I do some Fridays? I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out if I can do more of this. I mean, my schedule is still not filling up with anything, and I think it depends on if the university is bringing me on for anything over the summer. Because if they're not, then I'm definitely going to need to fill up my time with something. Okay, yeah, so that render, oh man, look at that. Oh, that turned out so good. Yeah, I love it. This is really cool. Awesome, awesome. All right, we're gonna download that. So yeah, I might update my schedule. I might do some additional times. I might be doing some random times because I'd like to figure out when on Twitch people are online and want to watch stuff. Uh, so so I'm very curious to kind of try out some other times and days to see what might work better or worse. So so yeah, there might be some alternative things coming, some alternative times coming here soon. We're gonna save our work here, and all right, so that's gonna be it for tonight. Tim, thank you so much for hanging out with me and watching me make a lightsaber. I really appreciate it. That you coming on and just being a part of it. I hope that other people decide to come on and be a part of it too, and I hope that we can find times where a lot of people want to come and watch. So until next Monday, or if I decide to do another one this week, I will post about it on Facebook and try to share that around. Until then, thank you so much for watching. Very much appreciated, and stay crafty, my friends.